Ini kayaknya masih yang sama bukan sih? Atau beda ya? Di akun YouTube-nya sudah tersetting nggak ya?
Di akun YouTube-nya sudah live gitu, ada waktunya.
Oh, tapi itu durasinya cuma 1 menit ya? Atau tidak? Oh ya, ini udah live.
Oke Mas, kita tadi udah coba lihat di YouTube-nya juga udah bisa nampilin live streamingnya Mas. Fit, coba tampilin poster.
Oke.
Nanti di awalnya itu kita tampilin poster aja ya. Sebelum mulai acara, walaupun belum mulai, tetap tampilin poster. Ini Zoom-nya ini admit kan. Jadi peserta yang masuk kita yang admit kan.
Iya, Sob.
Soalnya nanti kita sebelum kan profesor masuk jam 10. Dia kan pembicara utama. Nanti kita kosongin 10 slot. Ada profesor dosen yang masuk lagi. Jadi kayak kosongin dulu lah nanti sebelum penuh Zoom-nya.
Iya, gampang.
Oke. Ini udah aku bisa share linknya ke itu kan anak-anak dulu. Oke, tak live dulu ya soalnya nanti aku pakai laptop.
Iya, sama-sama. Mau ini ganti laptop. Pak Andi, kebalik itu.
Rit. Oh iya ini. Mikro belum.
Assalamualaikum adik semuanya.
Salam Pak.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is one of the best private universities in Indonesia. As an excellent and Islamic university, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta offers a 3-year degree undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs, which prepares the graduates for being able to meet national and international labor market demand through one of the provided faculties, Faculty of Economics. The world's rapid economic growth insists educational institutions to foster and make changes to embody a better educational system and to confront global challenges in economic and business realms.
Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is an excellent faculty to produce globally competitive economists, entrepreneur, manager, and accountant who are creative, innovative, and professional based on Islamic values.
Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta encompassed undergraduate programs, namely Department of Management, Department of Accounting, Department of Economics, International Management and Business, International Program of Accounting, and International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance, as well as graduate program, which is Master of Management. The teaching system at Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is supported by capable teaching staff of economic and business fields. The teaching staff comprise expert academicians and practitioners. Students of the Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta may communicate with the teaching staff both inside and outside classroom. Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta provides facilities to boost the learning process at each department. Facilities of Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta embrace the following. Students and teaching staff of Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta obtain a number of national and international achievements, namely the winner of Indonesia Young Sociopreneur at Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2016, the best paper of Sharia Economics Day at Universitas Indonesia in 2016, the winner of Sharia Economics Business Competition at Institut Pertanian Bogor in 2013, the winner of UNES Capital Market Competition in 2016, 2 gold medals of the 37 PIMNAS at Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang in 2014, 2 awards for the best research at Otoritas Jasa Keuangan in 2016, the best paper of Inshima in Vietnam in 2016, Mount Elbrus Expedition in 2014, and other achievements. only does Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta focus on the learning and teaching, but it also attempts to cooperate with various educational institutions, private institutions, government, and industries in Indonesia and overseas. Therefore, Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta engage the students in contributing to community to embody one of the three principles of higher education, community services.
Writing's not.
Yogyakarta yang selalu ramai, banyak hal-hal baru yang dapat ditemui pada setiap sudut-sudutnya. Adat, budaya yang luhur, loyalitas dalam balutan solidaritas dan intelektualitas. Yogyakarta sebagai Center of Excellence, pusat unggulan dari beberapa disiplin ilmu. Untuk itulah, semua unsur yang terkait di bidang pendidikan saling bersinergi dan berusaha keras untuk mewujudkan kualitas pendidikan. Menelusuri sejarah Yogyakarta akan menambah wawasan kita terhadap sejarah masa lalu Yogyakarta yang pernah menjadi pusat pemerintahan kerajaan Mataram Islam. adanya Kerajaan Mataram Islam mengawali berdirinya Program Studi Ekonomi Keuangan dan Perbankan Islam Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Berdiri pada tahun 1999. Pada tahun 2011 sampai sekarang berakreditasi. Program Studi Ilmu Ekonomi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta merupakan program studi yang pertama kali menyelenggarakan program pendidikan ekonomi keuangan dan perbankan Islam dengan status di bawah Kementerian Pendidikan Nasional dengan dua program studi, yaitu Ekonomi Keuangan dan Perbankan Islam dan International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance. Kita harus bisa mengkombinasikan antara kemampuan intelektual dan keyakinan yang kuat untuk membentuk sarjana ekonomi Islam yang berakhlak mulia. Jurusan Ekonomi Keuangan dan Perbankan Islam di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki misi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki integritas kepribadian dan moralitas yang islami dalam konteks kehidupan individual maupun sosial. Komunikasi yang interaktif dibangun bersama untuk mendorong mahasiswa dalam mengukir prestasi.
My name is Attila. I'm a visiting researcher from Hungary, from Central European University. And I'm very happy to be here because I met amazing students and an amazing environment, and everyone is very helpful with my research, and it's a very great experience to be there. And I just love the people here at IDI.
Saya wakil tua alumni Ilmu Ekonomi angkatan 2014. Selama 3,5 tahun kuliah di sini, saya merasakan banyak sekali pengalaman yang berharga. Karena prodi IDTA ini adalah prodi yang bagus sekali dalam hal fasilitas, dosen dan juga suasana belajar. Salah satu pelajaran yang paling berharga yang saya dapatkan adalah tentang analisis mikro perbankan. Itu sangat berguna sekali saat saya kerja di Otoritas Jasa Keuangan sebagai research fellow di Direktorat Arsitektur Perbankan Indonesia.
Yang terhormat Bapak Rizal Yahya, SE, MSc, PhD, DA, AKT, selaku Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
The Honorable Mr. Rizal Yahya, SE, MSc, PhD, CA, AKT, as a Dean of Faculty of Economy and Business University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Dr. Imam Nurdin Yuliadi, SE, MSI, Kepala Program Studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
The Honorable Mr. Imamuddin Yuliadi, SE, MSI, as a Head of Department of Economy, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Yang saya hormati Ibu Dia Setiawati Dewanti, SE, MSc, SD, selaku Ketua ITILS.
The Honorable Mrs. Dia Setiawati Dewanti, SE, MSc, PhD, as a Head of ITILS.
Yang saya hormati Muhammad Tasib Zulkarnain, Ketua Himpunan Mahasiswa Ilmu Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, periode 2020-2021.
The Honorable Muhammad Sakib Zulkarnain, as the Head of Himpunan Mahasiswa Ilmu Ekonomi, Fakulti Ekonomi and Business University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Organization Period 2020 or 2021.
Yang kami hormati Ketua Pelaksana Hiro 2021, Saudara Yasinta Nur Padilla.
The Honorable, the Chief Executive
serta seluruh teman-teman pengurus dan peserta Hiro 2021 yang saya cintai dan saya banggakan.
and also all of management and participant Hero 2021 that I love and I proud of.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa habibina wa sabina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du.
Gratitude to Allah, Alhamdulillah, let us always present the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because the grace of Hidayah and His Inayah. We can participate in the event of Seminar 9 HIMI Economic Research Olympiad Student Association of Economic University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta with themes Islamic Social Financing, Concept and Future Research in morning with great health and amazing spirit. And don't forget the prayers and greeting. Hopefully will always be poured out to our Lord, the great Prophet Mohammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who we are waiting for intercession at Yaumul Qiyamah. Amin. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin.
Seperti kata pepatah, tak kenal maka tak sayang. Oleh karena itu, izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan diri. Saya Muhammad Apandi Kusnan dan rekan saya
Ainun Ma'la
selaku Master of Ceremony pada pagi hari ini yang berbahagia. Izinkan saya membacakan susunan acara kita pada pagi hari ini. Acara pertama, pembukaan.
The second, read out of the Holy Quran.
Acara ketiga, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Mars Sang Surya.
The fourth, speech of the Chief Executive Hero 2021.
Acara kelima, sambutan Ketua Himpunan Mahasiswa Ilmu Ekonomi.
The sixth, speech of the head of ITLs.
Acara ketujuh, sambutan Ketua Keprodi Ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
The eighth, speech of Dean Faculty of Economic and Business University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Acara ke-9, Seminar Internasional Profesor Kabir Hassan.
The tenth, winner announcement.
Acara ke-11, penutupan. Memasuki acara yang pertama, yaitu pembukaan. Marilah kita buka acara Seminar Internasional Hero 2021 pada pagi hari ini dengan penuh bahagia dan semangat yang kita awali dengan bacaan basmalah bersama-sama.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The second event, the agenda, is reading Holy Al-Quran, which will be read by Fajri Nugraha. Fajri Nugraha, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalisi fabsahu yabsahillahu lakum wa idza qila suju fangsuju yarfa'illahu allazina amanu minkum wallazina utul ilma darajat wallahu bima ta'maluna khabir. Shadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baiklah, acara selanjutnya yaitu menyanyikan serta mendengarkan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Marsang Surya. Kepada operator dipersilahkan untuk menampilkan video.
Jadilah
The next event is a speech that will be delivered by the Chief Executive of the International Hero 2021 seminar this morning. Welcome to Sister Yasinta Nurfadila.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let's say thanks to Allah who gives us mercy and blessing until we can meet in this event. And salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the light. The Honorable Mr. Rizal Yahya, as the head of Faculty of Economics and Business. The Honorable Mr. Imamuddin Yuliadi as the head of Department of Economics. The Honorable Ms. Diah Satyawati Dewanti as the head of ITL. The Honorable Muhammad Sakib Julkarnain as the head of HIMY. And the Honorable Professor Kabir Hassan as our speaker for this event. And thank you for you all participants who joined this event. And hello, I'm Yasinta. And I'm here as a project officer from Hero 2021. And I want to say thank you to all committees who work hard toward this event so we can help this event until we can meet in this morning. And once again, thank you so much for you who attending this event. And I hope this event is going well. And we can get and also learn something new that matters to us for the future. And maybe it's enough for me. And thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What an extraordinary welcome with extraordinary enthusiasm, of course, delivered by the Chief Executive of HERO on this occasion.
Selanjutnya yaitu sambutan dari Ketua Himpunan Mahasiswa Ilmu Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, periode 2020-2021. Kepada Saudara Muhammad Sakib Zulkarnain, dipersilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Honorable Mr. Rizal Yahya, SIMSc, PhD, CI as Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The Honorable Dr. Imamuddin Yuliadi, SI, MSI, as a Head of Department of Economic, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The Honorable the Chief Executive of ITL Summer School, Mrs. Diah Setiawati Dewanti, SI, MSc, PhD. The Honorable the Chief Executive of HERO 2021, Yasinta Nurfadila. And all of participants that I am proud of and inshallah will be blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. First of all, let us express our gratitude for the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of blessing and gift, we all called together at the 9th HIMI Economic Research Olympiad Seminar, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Economic Student Association, and the opening of ITL Summer School. Salawat, as well as greetings, may be bestowed on our great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you all about the theme of this seminar. The theme is Islamic Social Finance Concept and Future Research. For me, this is quite interesting because at this time, we can implement how Islamic social finance can offer solution to deal with the COVID-19 pandemics, either by distributing such as zakat, infak, alms, and otherwise. Therefore, I have a little message for all of us. In this time of health crisis like this, we must be able to maintain imun, and amal. The point is how we maintain our closeness with Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, how we maintain our immunity, and how we do good things to others. That's a bit for me. Hopefully today's seminar will be successful and get the blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih kepada Mas Zulkarnain atas sambutnya yang selalu menyemangati kita semua. Selanjutnya yaitu sambutan dari Keprodi Ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta kepada Dr. Imamuddin Yuliadi. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Profesor Rizal Yahya, Dean of Faculty Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. The Honorable Professor Kabir Hassan, guest lecturer in the agenda of ITLs, and the Honorable Muhammad Sakib Zulkarnain, and all the element of HIMI, and all participants. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Part of the Department of Economics, I appreciate about this agenda, and thank you very much for all participants, and especially for the Honorable Professor Kabir Hassan that will deliver presentations with the nice topic, Islamic social finance concept and research future. And I would like to appreciate for IMI in the 9th anniversary that can help this agenda. HERO, it is the abbreviations of IMI, Economic and Research Olympiad. And we hope all of participants can get benefit for this agenda. Okay, thank you very much for all participants, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Imamuddin Yuliadi atas sambutan yang telah diberikannya, selalu menambah motivasi baru untuk kami.
Next is speech from the Dean of Faculty Economic and Business, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Rizal Yahya, SA, MSc, PhD, Architect. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Thanks to Allah for the time and the opportunity that Allah gives to us that we can have this event today. It is a very good event, very important event. Before that, allow me to greet our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan. Thank you so much, Prof. Kabir, for being with us, sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience, sharing your thought, sharing your ideas with us, the participants, the students, the lecturers also that join this event, these two events. One is already mentioned by the head department, also the committee. It is the HERO, HIMI Economics Research Olympiad, the ninth, which has been 9 years. They do it every year annually. And also combined today with the event summer school, the opening, which is today, IT international training young Islamic economic leaders, which the fourth that for this time that has been done since 2017 before. Thank you so much, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, for your willingness to be with us today. It is a great honor. We have you while you are very busy, and also the time over there is already late night, I believe, but you want to share with us, and we are very thank you for that. Honorable Bapak Imamuddin Yuliadi, Dr. Imamuddin Yuliadi has given a speech just now. I hope Imamuddin can recover from the illness. Pak Imam is still in the recovery process. Thank you so much, Pak Imam. May Allah bless you all the time, Dr. Imam. And also you can pass the recovery process, inshallah. we prayed for Dr. Imamuddin Yuliadi. Honorable lectures from Department of Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, who attend this event, is Dr. Diah Tiwanti, Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranatekusuma, and all the lectures that I cannot mention, but alhamdulillah I can see some already here, and also the committee that have already been working hard to have these two events held, and also the participants from, I heard there are 24 universities, the students that joined this program. This shows that this program is have more interest from the other university, not only from Indonesian university, but also from overseas. I noticed from Malaysia and also from other Thailand, yeah, also joined, where we have 4 courses for the summer school that we offer for this year. I hope that you can learn from all the events that have from today event. You listen from Prof. Muhammad Kabir Hassan about the Islamic social finance that's already been mentioned. I agree that Islamic social finance may have the solution to this problem, the pandemic. The topic Islamic social finance concept and future research is a very important topic for us to hear and to learn from Prof. Muhammad Kabir Hassan. I've been informed, I got some data that although this pandemic were in other country, there's a drop in terms of the donation, but in Muslim country, including Indonesian, there's an increase in terms of their zakat and also their infaq. And there are lots of movement, there are lots of action conducted by in the mosque, yeah, also the Islamic religion, Islamic based organization like Muhammadiyah that have spent a lot of money, and then organize lots of social events to help those affected by this pandemic, including Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. We have shelter for those who are infected by pandemic, COVID-19, for their recovery, and also to help them in economics. And we have already distributed lots of help and support for the food for those who are affected, including the people around. Yeah. This based on our spirit, the Islamic spirit, where we at the time the best donation is when people need it, and also when we also need, but we still keep donate. So Islamic social finance is very can be the solution to this problem, and I believe there are lots of models that we can develop so this can be effectively to help those in need. Also about the courses that have been offered for this summer school by Department of Economics, I really appreciate. Last year we have 2 courses, but now we have 4 courses, and then in some area of Islamic economics, area of SDGs, environmental economics, yeah, and also for economics development. This shows that the IT yields becomes developed and also have many interests from the students, Indonesia, also overseas. I hope this program can continue for as as the contribution of Department of Economics to the society, not only to their students, but also to the outside. And also the hero having the Olympiad where they have qualified papers, they have competition among students in the topic of economics. This will give the motivation for the student to develop their thought, yeah, their potential. Although during this pandemic, I really appreciate it. Although you cannot, there's a lot of limitation. In fact, today the campus is off. Yeah, it is in holiday actually, but you still keep the program. Yeah, we do it online, and alhamdulillah, so far it runs well. And I pray to Allah that this event until finish, all of them run well and give lots of benefits to all the participants. And I pray to Allah, those who share the knowledge, the distinguished speakers as has been invited, will be rewarded by Allah with the best reward in this world and in the hereafter. Thank you so much to all that contribute to this event, although in terms of the operational, conceptual, and also giving the lectures and sharing the ideas and knowledge. I think, and also those who finance the sponsor, also the main sponsor from the Department of Economics and the Tas Muhammadiyah. I hope all your contribution will be noted, be written by Allah Subhanahu wa Taala as you good deed. Thank you so much. I hope this run well, and we can also keep it up in the future. I believe this is a very good investment for our young generation, for our students, and also for our institution, and also for the development of the science. I've been requested to officially open this program, if I'm not mistaken. Ending my speech, let's us together saying Basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hereby, the program hero, the ninth hero, and the fourth IT yields is officially open. May Allah give the everything run well, and then Allah gives reward to all of us who participate and contribute. Thank you so much. Bila taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Professor Rizal Yahya for the welcome you have given, which always add new motivation for us.
Sebelum kita memasuki acara selanjutnya, kami akan melakukan sesi foto bersama-sama. Untuk peserta dimohon untuk segera on cam karena akan dilakukan sesi foto sama-sama. Terima kasih.
For participant can be on cam.
On cam and stand by in front of your laptop or your devices. Okay, the committee can count. Have you taken the screenshot, the photo?
Satu, dua, tiga.
There are 3 seats. Yeah. Ah. Salam Dr. Zul.
Okay, next event. Alright, it's time for us to enter the long-awaited event, the core event of the 2021 Hero International Seminar this morning. Before starting, I will read the CV from the moderator who accompany us at the Hero Seminar. Curriculum vitae, personal information, name, Lisya Indrayana, place date of birth, Pacitan, March 13th, 1999, address Jalan Veteran 29A Pacitan, S. Java, contact lisya.indrayana.fa18@mail.umy.ac.id. Education, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Organization, Lisya Student Community Unit Sentaka Mudia. Achievement, Youth Excursion Japan, Student Exchange Asia University Taiwan, Student Exchange University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Dari saya, Muhammad Apandi Kusnan, dan rekan saya,
Ainun Ma'la,
mengucapkan sekian dan terima kasih. Kepada moderator, silahkan.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good night for Professor Kabir Hassan that's already with us today. My name is Lisya Indrayana from University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta as the moderator for this session today. And we are very glad to have you here for the NIN-HIMI Research and Olympiad International Seminar 2021 with an interesting theme, Islamic Social Finance Concept and Future Research. Technically, the seminar will be divided into 2 sessions. The first is the presentation from our speaker, Professor Kabir Hassan, and we'll continue with discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will have an outstanding presentation from our prominent speaker, Professor Kabir Hassan from University of New Orleans, who I believe will enrich our insight and knowledge regarding to the topic today. But before we start, let me tell you about a little bit background for our amazing speaker today. Professor Kabir Hassan is the professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Finance in the University of New Orleans, and currently he holds 3 Endo-Chair Hibernia Professor of Economics and Finance, Hankook Whitney Chairperson in Business, and Bank 1 Professor in Business in the University of New Orleans. And Professor is the winner of 2016 Islamic Development Bank or IDB Prize in Islamic Banking and Finance. And he has done a lot of research, consulting, and teaching experiences in development finance, money and capital markets, Islamic finance, corporate finance, investment, monetary economics, macroeconomics, Islamic banking and finance, and international trade and finance. And the professor has done 382 published journal articles and book chapters, and also is the chief editor for International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance and Management, Senior Editor, International Journal of Emerging Market, and Associate Editor of Review of International Business and E-Finance and Pacific Basin Finance Journal. But I will once again to confirm the professor. Are you ready, Professor Kabir Hassan? Maybe we have to wait a little bit, a minute for Kabir Hassan to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome our speaker today, Professor Kabir Hassan. Time is yours.
Yeah, and need to put Prof. Kabir Hassan as co-host. Okay, Mbak Lisya, maybe the admin can add Prof. Kabir Hassan as co-host. Or perhaps because the schedule is 10 o'clock for Prof. Kabir Hassan, maybe Prof. Kabir Hassan need time, you can ask, and then you can have something else to present, maybe about the others, maybe a video of previous IT yield, it can be, if you can have it. Or preview hero.
All right, until we wait for.
Yeah,
I think there's a technical
is,
issue in
10 o'clock.
For our speaker today. Maybe I can give you a briefly explanation about our theme today. So, Islamic finance, Islamic finance is very complex, and currently is a well-known new system in economics, and there's a lot of possibilities for the future research about the Islamic finance. And Islamic social finance as the part of in Islamic economics has been become our part as our enemies as a Muslim, as our community and economic system as a Muslim. So I think that the presentation from our speaker today will enrich and knowledge us more about the Islam social finance and possibility of the more future research from that important for our as student and academician to look more into this issue. All right, and we wait for the attendance for our speaker. The operator will I will show you about a little bit videos about our faculty and our Constitution in University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Operator, please show the video.
I'm here. Can you see me?
All right.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, Prof.
Welcome. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Assalamualaikum. Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Hassan.
How are you, brother Rizal? You're okay?
Alhamdulillah, fine, Prof. Hassan. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. We just contact via email and WhatsApp.
No, I was just finishing my Asha prayer, so.
I see.
Just finished it. Yeah, I'm okay.
Alhamdulillah.
So we'll be starting soon, right? Inshallah, in
Inshallah.
10 minutes.
Yeah. They will have videos on the first for Faculty of Economics. Mbak, you can have the video. Mbak is prepared, and so Professor Kabir will have his session 10 o'clock our time. Okay.
Maybe for the operator, you can show the video.
Seems the sound not clear, Mbak. Okay. Campus, Prof. No, you've been to UMY before, right, Prof?
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is one of the best private universities in Indonesia. As an excellent and Islamic university, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta offers a 3-year degree undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs, which prepares the graduates for being able to meet national and international labor market demand through one of the provided faculties, Faculty of Economics. The world's rapid economic growth insists educational institutions to foster and make changes to embody a better educational system and to confront global challenges in economic and business realms.
Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is an excellent faculty to produce globally competitive economists, entrepreneur, manager, and accountant who are creative, innovative, and professional based on Islamic values.
Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta encompassed undergraduate programs, namely Department of Management, Department of Accounting, Department of Economics, International Management and Business, International Program of Accounting, and International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance, as well as graduate program, which is Master of Management. The teaching system at Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is supported by capable teaching staff of economic and business fields. The teaching staff comprise expert academicians and practitioners. Students of the Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta may communicate with the teaching staff both inside and outside classroom. Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta provides facilities to boost the learning process at each department. Facilities of Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta embrace the following. Students and teaching staff of Faculty of Economics and Business of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta obtain a number of national and international achievements, namely the winner of Indonesia Young Sociopreneur at Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2016, the best paper of Sharia Economics Day at Universitas Indonesia in 2016, the winner of Sharia Economics Business Competition at Institut Pertanian Bogor.
Ya, hari ini.
Alright. Because I would like to say Assalamualaikum and good night to Professor Kabir Hassan. Thanks for coming today.
Yes.
And because our main speaker is already with us. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Kabir Hassan. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening from the United States and good morning and good afternoon in the rest of the world. I know it's 10 a.m. in Jakarta time, it's 10 p.m. New Orleans time, Sunday night. So I want to thank Professor Rizal Yahya. I believe I met you in person 2 years ago, 2019.
Yes, Prof.
I gave a lecture at your university. Now we are meeting again via Zoom. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a few things with your audience about Islamic social finance. So pretty much I'm going to follow my slides that I prepared so that I can keep my chain of thought in the same direction. So this is the title of my research. So there are different parts to it. The first part is basically conceptual, something that I would say probably already know. But the second part, if time permits, I have done a series of empirical research on the different state of literature that exists in Islamic social finance, for example, zakat, waqf, takaful, sukuk. So these are the 4 areas that Islamic microfinance 5 that I have done some bibliometric research recently and published in different journals. So let me start with, so what is Islamic economic system? You know, very often we talk about Islamic banking, but Islamic banking is a minor, even though numerically it's the bigger, 80% of the Islamic finance ecosystem is Islamic banking. But Islamic economic system is more than that. It contains Islamic finance as part of Islamic economic system. And within the Islamic finance is Islamic commercial finance, which is banking that we know of. Maybe takaful in a sense, if we take the commercial part of it, not the mutuality part. Then the most important, the essence, I believe, is the Islamic social finance. So in order to bring a equitable and just society, we really need to go beyond Islamic commercial finance and give more emphasis on the Islamic social finance. So can Islamic commercial finance provide a helping hand? How do you define a helping hand? So Islamic social finance is a branch of Islamic finance that offers product and services not for profit. It has also been dubbed as Islamic social safety nets, and this is also considered a charitable sector. The objectives of Islamic social finance are to achieve social justice via the redistribution of wealth. And from the Maqasid of Sharia perspective, or objective Islamic Sharia, it is mandatory for one to help each other in protecting one another from hardship, as one can achieve success in this world and hereafter. So the social finance is an approach to managing investments that generate financial returns while including measurable positive social and environmental impact. So there are different aspects of Islamic social finance. You have the community investing, you have microfinance, you have the social investment bonds, you have crowdfunding, corporate social responsibility, environment, social and governance framework. You have the socially responsible investing SRI. You have the VVI introduced in Malaysia, value-based intermediation. You have SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, one of these things propagated by United Nations. You have the sustainability, we talk about social returns, social capital, social entrepreneurship, moral values, being overall a human being, circular economy, and of course, the charitable banking. So when we talk about the social economy and objectives of social economy or SEO, the term social economy or solidarity economy or third sector are often used interchangeably. In Latin America, the term solidarity economy is more commonly used, but in the Anglo-Saxon world, for example, in the country that I live in, United States, it referred to as third sector, while in continental Europe, they call it social economy. So what is a social economy? So one of the definition given by ILO's conference, enterprises and organization, in particular cooperatives, mutual benefit societies, associations, foundations, and social enterprises, which have the specific feature of productive goods, services, knowledge, while pursuing both economic and social aims and fostering solidarity. So the double bottom line is common to various organizations that make up the social economy. So if you look at this slide, so you could have cooperatives, You talk about funding issue, you talk about grants, you talk about membership subsidy. You can have mutual societies, you have association or voluntary organizations, you have e-foundation, you have foundations and social enterprises. So the funding issue is in between subsidy, and there could be different types of financial component to it. It could be debt financing, equity financing. There are disadvantages also there, must pay back. There could be investor returns, could be more than debt payments. Investor gets some ownership, must consult investor for decision, usually need collateral. So these are advantages and disadvantages we talk about this social enterprise economy. But from the perspective of Islamic economy, they are more interested in equitable equity financing, the debt financing, usually a loan where the repayments are in some way tied to the organization's success. Quasi-equity behaves like shares for organizations that don't have shares. So you need to have Islamic social finance because you want to achieve the maqasid of Sharia. Islamic commercial finance is inadequate or incapable to fulfill all segments of the society because it caters to the people who have money or high net individuals or above the poverty line, more than poverty line. But those who are below the poverty line, how do you take care of that segment of the society? The Sharia contracts used and their objectives are different when it is used for not-for-profit purposes. Institutionalization of Islamic social finance is important to reach out to those who do not need it. So there are different parts of Islamic social finance. It's not an exhaustive list, but we talk about zakat, sadaqah, waqaf, takaful, qardul Hassan, Islamic microfinance, and sukuk. So I'm going to shed light on each of these very briefly. Let's start with zakat. Zakat is for the poor and the needy and those who are employed to administer and collect it, and the new converts, and for those who are in bondage and in debt and service of the cause of Allah, and for the wayfarers, a duty ordained by Allah, and Allah is all-knowing, the wise. That is coming from straight from the Quran. So zakat is a third pillar of Islam, and as such, it is a form of worship act that is compulsory upon those who are eligible to pay it, which shall be distributed to 8 recipients stated in the Holy Quran. The administration of zakat in different parts of the world are different, as some countries have centralized system of collection, while other countries have a decentralized system of collection of zakat. It is estimated by the Islamic Development Bank that each year zakat is given somewhere between $230 and $560 billion worldwide. For instance, the Zakat Administrative Body of Indonesia, Basnas, states that the potential of zakat in Indonesia is valued at around 286 trillion rupiah per year, but the actual collection is about 9.5 trillion rupiah, about $577 million in 2019. The zakat is viewed as a sustainable source of fund compared to other Islamic social funds, as it is compulsory and mandatory, and every year zakat needs to be collected. So what are the issues in zakat? There are fund collection issues, whether it should be on a private way of collecting or the government should collect it. Once you collect the funds, how you manage it, and the fund disbursement, whether the zakat is going to the 8 sectors, and also the interpreted the Sharia scholars. So there is a recent article I want to share with you just to shed light what happened to the zakat, Timur Quran in zakat in 2020. Though zakat constitutes a mildly progressive transfer system, it restricted the state's fiscal options. As such, instead of forming the doctrinal basis of predictable taxation, limited government, and secure property rights, barely a few decades after the introduction of zakat, it opened the door to arbitrary governance and material insecurity. In the early years of Islam, the nascent Islamic State was financed by zakat, and zakat revenue compensated state employees, delivered public goods, and provided what we now call social security. Within 3 decades, After our Prophet's departure from this world, zakat lost its relevance to Islamic rule when various wealthy constituents gained exemption for one reason or another, reducing the transfer system's resource base. From the 660s to the modern times, Islamic tax practices evolved without reference to the transfer laid out in the Quran. So for Muslims, paid zakat for two purposes. It conveyed a sense of purity and to mean virtuous conduct. Of course, it's ordained in the Quran, it's mandatory. Zakat appears 32 times in the Quran, where it designates a transfer system under which donors purify their properties by giving away small proportion periodically. So, you know, there are different rules, 2.5%, 10%, 5%, depending on the type of the asset that we're talking about. The contributions enable the financing of 8 broadly defined constituencies, as I mentioned before: the poor, the needy, zakat administrators, potential and recent converts, manumitted slaves, debtors, ghost servants, and the travelers. Historically, assisting the poor and needy were major themes of earlier monotheism religion. Islam is the last one, Judaism and Christianity. Though the Quran did not specify the amounts due as zakat payments, what counts as well-off for zakat payment, the frequency of payment, such as practical details, emerged during our Prophet's time and formed his initial community in Makkah during the 12 years from 610 to 622. With the Muslim communities moved from Makkah to Medina in 622, booty from the wars was an additional and possibly much larger source of communal revenue. The contributions went into the communal fund. We call this Baitul Mal, or literally is the house of wealth. So what are the constraints on taxation? So zakat-based transfer system was designed to make taxes predictable. So it is Islamic way during the early years, or during the time of the Prophet ﷺ. So zakat is the only form of revenue for the government functioning, for government financing. Predictable taxation instead of opportunistic taxation. So you know exactly how much you'll be paying taxes. There will be no surcharges. There will be no SROs imposed upon the public. So it is also limiting the size of the government as well. Put a ceiling on the amount the state could collect from individuals for collective purposes. Zakat stopped serving as an instrument of Islamic governance, and taxes no longer were capped or predictable. They varied substantially across time, space, and communities. So the role of coercion and enforcement prior to 622, I'm talking the Makki period, small Muslim communities tend to develop norms of sharing and solidarity as a matter of survival in facing growing persecution. In this period, the term zakat was used more or less interchangeably with sadaqah, or voluntary almsgiving. With the community's relocation to Medina in 622 and the establishment of an Islamic state, zakat became a formal and compulsory transfer system to finance new state's activities. Meanwhile, zakat, the religious obligation, was distinguished from sadaqah, or voluntary act of helping the poor. As soon as the Prophet ﷺ passed away, large groups of converts or hypocritical payers of zakat, they call munafiqun, refused to make payments to his successor at the community's helm. And the Abu Bakr ﷺ, who served during 632 to 634 until his death, equating the refusal with apostasy, Abu Bakr declared war on the rebellious tribes and ultimately prevailed. The Quran is silent on enforcement of zakat obligation. That lack of specificity made it impossible to resolve the disputes, or the Sharia scholars over the last 1400 years, they have not really come to a consensus or developed it further. So end of fixed, limited, and predictable taxation after the passing of our Prophet ﷺ. The 7th century disagreements over zakat were not limited to the legitimacy of centralizing the collection of dues. The Umayyad Caliphate and then Abbasid Caliphate both tax subjects under names absent from the Quran, and zakat dues are paid mainly outside the state's purview. So people prefer to do this on an individual basis rather than through the state. Under the new interpretation, livestock and crops remain taxable. It is the zakat rates rather than underlying equity objective that retain the attention of Islam's later interpreters. They were really arguing what would be the rate rather than what types of assets should be considered, whether they're new asset coming to the purview. And nowadays that modern istiaz is needed because there are different types of asset is now coming in the market in the financial and tangible markets. Then the ijtihad needs to be done. Sharia scholar come up with the specific regulation. I know Wal Zakat Forum and Baznas is playing a very critical role in Indonesia. So turned into a personal ritual without the broader social purpose of Islam's initial decades, and no longer was a matter of public policy. And finally, Uthman's reinterpretation of the zakat obligation put in doubt the very basics of the zakat requirement. Under the Prophet and the first two caliphs, all taxes appear to have been called zakat, including 2.5% customs duties imposed on Muslim traders. However, under Hazrat Usman alayhi salam, other taxes, including custom duties, agricultural levies, real estate taxes, acquired distinct names. So please don't misunderstand. Even though Timur Quran is objectively analyzing the zakat system, this Islam is not really against imposing taxes beyond zakat. But zakat was supposed to be a taxation system from Islam, but it diluted for one reason or the other. So disbursement of zakat revenue, the 8 canonical category of zakat recipients correspond to the basic functions of any social system. The Quran identifies multiple spending categories posing trade-offs. The distinction between the first two categories, the poor and the needy, quickly became a source of friction. Quran says nothing specific about the division among the 8 categories, who should be given priority or not. And there has been tons of books written on these things, how these 8 categories should be distributed. I'm not a Sharia scholar. I'm just bringing the issues to you. Poverty alleviation is one of the main objectives of zakat. During the period when Islamic State collected and disbursed zakat, the poor probably were not ignored. But we have no way of verifying that conjecture. But in later times, complaints about the prevalence of zakat evasion were very commonplace. The theologian Al-Ghazali listed tricks that allowed believers to fulfill the letter of the zakat obligation while violating its original spirit. For example, he mentions a man would make a gift to his wife at the end of the year and take it back by means of an offsetting gift a few days later. The modern day, tax arbitrage that we corporations follow. So there has been legal trick. Over time, the task of poor relief passed almost exclusively to Waqf because zakat was not fulfilling its objective. By the year 1000, privately endowed soup kitchen, hospitals, hostels, and the schools are making far greater contributions to poverty alleviation than any zakat-based transfer system. In no pre-modern city of Muslim world did local officials or the imperial administration feel obliged to maintain a social safety net, to say nothing of performing that task through zakat. Every pre-modern city governed under the Islamic law served by multitude of waqfs, which delivered a vast area of social services. Contemporary historians of Muslim governed states of the past millennial, including the Ottoman Empire, the Mamluk Egypt, the Abbasid Empire, and Mughal India, pay enormous attention to the waqfs established under Islamic law. So the wealth legitimation and political stabilization, to one extent or another, societies with broadest freedoms allow the state to finance welfare services through taxation. And the system thus allows zakat-paying individuals to enjoy their wealth, whatever its extent, without feeling guilty, because somewhere they feel that the government is taxing them, so whether they pay zakat or not, so they were doing it impunity. But very often they were not paying much attention that it's a religious obligation. They have to calculate correctly and distribute the zakat on an annual basis. The zakat system served not only to cleanse wealth in the eyes of the rich, but also to legitimize the Islamic order in the eyes of the poor. So, still-born fiscal constraints, implicit in zakat or personal property rights, as well as constraints on the government. As Islam expanded to areas with starkly different economic bases, zakat increasingly became unsuited to progressive and equitable taxation. The Waqf devised as a substitute for zakat blocked the liberalization. Nepotism and corruption posed additional problems. Zakat returned to Islamic discourses in mid-20th century with the rise of Islamism. That we discussed about zakat, we want to go back to a golden age. But over the last 1400 years, it has not been followed properly or with the spirit. Not, I'm talking about the letter of the law. It fueled discourses on religious, intellectual, and expressive freedoms. The Islamic State that emerged under Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam leadership instituted a predictable, fixed, and mildly progressive tax system called zakat. By itself, the steady implementation of zakat would not have turned the Middle East into a paragon of liberalism. However, zakat would have contributed significantly to healthy economic development, being predictable taxation. So let's talk about sadaqah. We talked about zakat. So sadaqah is a charitable, is a powerful tool and used to fight against poverty, as it provides a mechanism to obtain funds, which is small or big amount, from those who are capable to those who need them. Prior to the pandemic, recently what happened, sadaqah is physically given by many, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, while going or coming from mosque or via mosque donations fund. Every day, every Friday Jummah prayer, you pay sadaqah. Sali, there's a 1999, observes that donors prefer to make their sadaqah directly to private individuals, poor families, or private charities, rather than giving to a government entity. This mechanism creates a win-win situation to the donator or the donor, as well as recipient, as a person who donates gets the satisfaction of helping a person in need, while recipient gets the opportunity to fulfill their basic necessities. So what are the issues in sadaqah? The question is, how can you increase the supply of sadaqah funds? How to reach out to those most deserved? How to have a good governance rules implemented? And what incentives could be provided? Remember, this activity of sadaqah in different name exists in other religion as well. Like the Hindus go to the mandir and they pay, the prasad to the purohit or the priest over there. Third one is Waqf. Rahman 2020 stated for long-term resilience against COVID-19. Poverty, Waqf is an important tool. And there are two types of Waqf. Was immovable Waqf and movable or cash Waqf. The immovable Waqf, the confinement of asset by founder and the dedication of its users in perpetuity to the beneficiaries of welfare of the society. On the other hand, movable, the confinement of money or cash by founders and the dedication of its use in perpetuity to the welfare of the society. For example, at the time of Ottoman Empire, Waqf was a successful source of financing for health sector, education sector, welfare of the general public, and the revenue received from Waqf contribution is over 1/3 of the Ottoman state's total revenue. Quran 2001. So what are the issues in Waqf? How to use innovation and business and coming out with different innovation, how you can use IT into Waqf management and so on, how to boost confidence of those interested, what are the legal challenges and how to remedy those challenges, and you have to aware of the challenges and management of the challenges. Because of these things, we have not developed this Waqf sector that effectively. Now, Waqf critique by Timur, again, there's a recent paper came out. He is saying and collecting data and analyzing data. So some objective observation, improving Waqf history from new angles. The study of Adi Gujal and Quran draws on two data sources. The first is an original data set of Istanbul Waqf deeds from 1457 to 1923. One of the good thing about Ottoman Empire, they really meticulously preserved their archives. Second, other data source, the historical Waqf literature based on archival sources. According to them, there are two types of Islamic Waqf, state formed and the regular. Former is essentially precursors of municipal agencies, the state Waqf, and the later served as wealth and tax shelters. For this study, they explored who founded Istanbul's Waqf, what services were financed, who benefited, and how patterns changed over half a millennium. Waqf gradually lost popularity as a wealth shelter after about 1650. They claimed that urbanization was slower in the Middle East than in Western Europe during the millennium preceding the Industrial Revolution because the Waqf was glaringly inefficient as a service provider. They claimed that not generosity, rather actual Waqf decision was shaped by factors well beyond what Islam counsels. For example, the reason of Waqf was to finance posthumous prayers for their own souls. So the Waqf is not among Islam's original institutions. It entered the Islamic institutional complex around 750 CE. Persians and Romans used to finance religious temples, the trust. Wealthy landowners of early Muslim empires adopted this institution to create a wealth shelter. An Islamic variant of the trust was created to meet the security needs of Muslim landowners. So valuable contributions of Waqf. Number one, rulers earn legitimacy and stability. The wealthy obtain material security, and the masses receive subsidized social services. The Waqf thus represented an implicit social contract between rulers, wealthy Muslim elites, and the ruled. And non-Muslims could also form Waqf, but unlike Muslims, only through special permission. So he is specifically talking about what existed during the Ottoman rule. All Waqf assets were treated as sacred. Rulers would think twice before confiscating Waqf properties. Any service compatible with Islamic law could be financed through a Waqf. Providing a comfortable lifestyle for oneself and family was legitimate. Sheltering wealth became an accepted Waqf function on that basis. In most cities of the Muslim world, buildings financed through a Waqf are most surviving structures dating from their periods under Islamic law. And the founder of a Waqf had to be a natural individual. A group or organization was ineligible because Islamic law lacked a concept of corporation at that time. So the deed registered in court was treated as a contract between its individual founder and the Muslim community. It specified an initial caretaker or mutawalli who would manage the Waqf for a fee, along with procedures for replacing successive caretakers. During the millennial following the Waqf's emergence as a core institution of Islamic civilization, enormous private sources flowed into founding Waqfs. So expropriation of Waqf property until 1700 were uncommon. Starting in 1700, states started to nationalize dysfunctional service providing Waqfs, and it happened in Ottoman Empire, when there was a first republic was born in Turkey during Kemal Atatürk's time. Under classical Islamic law, largely in place by 900 CE, a Waqf's endowment had to consist of immovables. But in 1500, two judges in Turkey and the Balkans started to authorize Waqfs with endowments consisting of cash. Ultimately, in a broad geographic area, the cash Waqf became a widely accepted alternative to classic Waqf. So what are the analysis that comes through the data that existing during this Ottoman Empire? There has been intertemporal and intergroup differences. Waqf research often distinguishes between philanthropic Waqfs and Waqf was founded in favor of family members. Waqf allowed Ottoman subjects to live on charity, literally from cradle to grave. Materially vulnerable Waqf founders were probably particularly inclined to opt for sheltering. Commonness of philanthropy and charity, charitable Waqfs were actually meant to help the underprivileged. However, the concept of charity was sufficiently manipulable to turn many imperial public kitchens into instruments of political patronage. At many public kitchens, the poor got fed only when food remained. Imperial hospitals, like another category of state Waqfs, did not care for the poorest of the sick. The finding that imperial public kitchens and hospitals served the privileged disproportionately. Role of religiosity. A common claim is that Waqf founders were driven by Quranic commands to be generous and compassionate, but reality was different. For example, in founding a mosque that took her name, a wealthy woman can do Waqf to enhance her social status. So all this analysis is coming from a recent study done by analyzing data within the Ottoman Empire, but experience could be different in other parts of the world. So let's talk about another type of social finance I call the mutuality aspect of takaful, not the commercial takaful that we see. Takaful or insurance concept where a group of participants mutually guarantee each other against loss or damage. Each participant fulfills his obligation by contributing a certain amount of donation into a fund, which is managed by a third party, which is a takaful operator. The main reason for the emergence of takaful is due to the issues in conventional insurance, which is prohibited in Sharia. Majority of the Sharia scholars believe that it is unlawful due to involvement of riba, maisir, gambling, and gharar, uncertainty. And it was first used in Sudan in 1979, developed by Professor Al-Sadiq Al-Darir, who is a prominent Sudanese Sharia scholar. Though the concept, including the operational aspects of takaful, is different from conventional insurance, the objective of both conventional insurance and takaful is the same. In Malaysia, takaful within the concept of Islamic social finance, in Malaysia, My Salam is a national health protection scheme initiative started by the government that aims to provide 8 million members with free takaful protection to eligible individuals to help the poor and need to overcome the financial difficulties in the unexpected event of a critical illness and during this pandemic health. Takaful coverage is provided for 3.8 million Bantuan Saraha BHS on Bantuan Perihan National BPN who are currently insured under the scheme, and the scheme will be expanded to include some 8 million of those who do not receive BSH with an annual income less than Malaysian ringgit 100,000 aged between 18 and 65. For example, Takaful and Korma scheme of Egypt is a scheme that provides social guarantee Egyptian living below the poverty line, and it has been extended to support in the pandemic. In many countries, there's another concept of takaful or micro takaful coming into existence. Qardul Hassan. And this is also another Islamic social finance tool, but less frequently used. So these are some of the Quranic verses. Who is that will loan to Allah a beautiful loan, which Allah will double unto his credit and multiply many times? It is Allah that gave want or plenty, and to him shall you be. Verily those who give sadaqah, men and women, and lend to Allah a Qardul Hassan, it shall be increased manifold to their credit, and there shall be honorable good reward. If you lend Allah a Qardul Hassan, he will ultimately do it for you. Allah is the most appreciating and the most forbearing. So the Qardul Hassan is a benevolent loan and a gracious loan given to needy people for a specified period. At the end of that period, the face value of the loan is to be paid off. And it is a zero-sum game that our Quran urges Muslims to make available to the needy. The borrower only needs to pay back the principal amount without any obligation for an additional amount. And it is Qardul Hassan is urged in Islam not just because of its uniqueness involvement of riba, but because it shows the spirit of cooperation and brotherhood, which will improve the welfare of the society. And the microfinance institution use this as an instrument, and you know the Akhwat is a good example in Pakistan, which uses the concept of Qardul Hassan. Islamic microfinance. Islamic microfinance institutions, different modes of innovative financing are provided to needy and poor by charity modes and non-charity modes. At this pandemic, poor and needy can uplift themselves from poverty through Islamic microfinance institutions. Even in conventional microfinance, some countries such as Cote d'Ivoire have started providing interest-free loan scheme to assist the needy and the poor. And pandemic in Pakistan, Akhwat and Dunya Foundation have launched the Akhwat Dunya interest-free emergency loan, by which they have already assisted more than 5,000 families, intensively reach out to more of daily and monthly wagers who have been severely affected during the pandemic lockdown. And the objective of the scheme is to provide loan to buy food and medicine, to pay kids fee, home rent, and utilities. Sukuk as another instrument can be used in Islamic social finance as well. It's a certificates of equal values representing undivided shares in ownership of tangible assets, usufruct, and services, or in the ownership of the assets of particular project or special investment activity. So that is the AOFI definition. The first modern sukuk was 33 USD million by Butman Ajil issuance in 1990 by Shell MDS SDN Berhad in Malaysia. And the AOFI Sharia standard describes 14 different types of sukuk as permissible. For instance, the government of Indonesia has issued retail sukuk at inexpensive prices to support financial inclusion, and it is also planning to issue a Waqf-based sukuk where development of Waqf land is the underlying project, where the return from it will be used for the development of microfinance. So what are the challenges and opportunities of the Islamic social finance? Currently, Islamic social finance is not merged with Islamic commercial finance. There's an opportunity to merge Islamic social finance with Islamic commercial finance. There are different instruments and institutions of ISF are developed in an ad hoc manner, detached from one another. So there is an opportunity for us to institutionalize Islamic social finance. Lack of governance framework required for ISF, legal, regulatory, and Sharia governance framework required for ISF can be enacted, and it could be developed in a systemic way. Remote use of technology, there is a room to use technology to enhance ISF, and challenges in balancing the demand and supply side. Effective policy tools need to be formulated and adopted to ensure ISF can mobilize enough funds to reach out to those in need, and investment avenues are required for sustainability. So there is also the creating Islamic social capital market. Now people are trying to tap the capital market to use Islamic social finance activities. So there are some newspaper clips, proposed model for unit trust Waqf, and the parameters for the replication. Khazanah issues world's first ringgit-denominated sustainable responsible Waqf sukuk. Waqf coin crowdfunding platform uses blockchain to serve humanity. So now, what is value-based intermediation? As I said, it was introduced in Malaysia. So the BBI strategy paper was introduced by Bank Negara Malaysia in collaboration with founding members of BBI community of practitioners comprising all of the Islamic banks and Islamic bank windows to adopt of relevant practices, offerings, and conduct that generate positive and sustainable impact to the economy, community, and environment consistent with shareholders' sustainable returns and long-term interest. The approach Malaysia has implemented to adopt BBI strategies is that first, it is applicable to Islamic banking. Only two strategies could be universally applied for the whole Islamic finance sector. Start with banking, then you move to other sectors of Islamic finance. So the underpinning thrust of BBI, you have the value-based intermediation, you have the best conduct, good self-governance, and entrepreneurial mindset and community empowerment. Now, doing this, there are 6 strategies that has been espoused by this BBI strategy paper. Strategy 1, Islamic banking industry adopts BBI by minimizing the negative impact and promoting a more holistic observation of Sharia, Sharia compliance. Strategy 2, Islamic banking institutions and the key stakeholders mutually define the underpinning thrust of BBI as a basis for collective action. Strategy 3, to show success stories of BBI as potential champions, regulators in collaboration with industry players must nurture them. Strategy number 4, there should be proper disclosure made by Islamic banking institutions about their intention to adopt BBI supported with implemented strategy and performance report. Strategy number 5, a BBI scorecard need to be developed and introduced by regulator in affiliation with Islamic banking institutions as a common and complementary measurement of success for industry. And finally, strategy 6, development of effective networking through establishment of community of practitioners as well as strategic collaboration with established value-based community, key partners, and stakeholders is required. Then we have circular economy. You probably heard about this thing. Circular economy model advocates for moving away from the linear economy that promotes sustainable economy, promoting sustainability and reducing. So you have the society, you have the economics and the environment, sustainability. In order to do this, the social circular economy combines this concept to deliver benefits for people, planet, and profit. It allows fully systemic view by drawing on the environmental principle of circular economy and the social vision of social enterprise, both of which are underpinned by pursuit for economic prosperity. To articulate why social circular economy is needed, it is best to highlight the potential shortfalls from a whole system perspective that the circular economy and social enterprise concepts can present when pursued in isolation. So poverty elevation in Islam, you know, there are positive measures, income growth, functional distribution of income, equal opportunity. The preventive measures is control of ownership, prevention of malpractice, positive measures, compulsory transfer zakat, recommend transfer charity, and state responsibility. So poverty concept and the Islamic social finance are intertwined, but poverty cannot be eliminated solely by Islamic social finance. The government has to have a good governance. They have to take policies that will increase the GDP. There will be functional distribution and income, make sure there is no social inequity. There has to be equal opportunity. There has to be preventive measures, the control of ownership, that ownership of this asset are equally distributed or proportionally distributed in the economy, the prevention of malpractice and corruption. Even after you do this, you have the positive measures, compulsory transfer zakat, recommend transfer charity, and the state responsibility. Now, when you talk about impact investing, these are all connected together. Intentionality of impact, and investment must be made with the explicit intention that investment has a positive social or environmental impact. There has to be financial return, as I said before. The investment has a return on capital and thus is not an act of philanthropy. A range of asset classes, investment target a rate of return somewhere between below market to fixed adjustment market rate across asset classes. And the measuring the impact, the investor must be committed to measuring the social and environmental impact of the investment. Now, so in the sustainable impact stream, they have the positive and there are the negatives. Positives are you have to identify investment according to their potential for significant additional social or environmental impact. So I'm talking about you have the Islamic social finance. Now you have to connect this with sustainable financing, impact investing, and responsible finance. There are two categories: impact investing, impact first and finance first. Investment are focused on private markets and early stage, high potential, high impact companies. An example, you invest directly into healthcare innovation to address lung disease. What are the negative? Investment are screened according to 3 ESG dimensions. One category of impact investment finance first, invested via equity and debt that aims for a market return, typically made into large publicly listed companies. For example, you screen out tobacco companies from a portfolio. Now, if you look at the market size of this impact investment space, and that's connected also with Islamic social finance, there are grants, first category, estimated market size about 75 billion, approximately 5% of total foundation assets globally. Then you have the project-related investment and market-related investment. PRI are also included in the 5% grant allocation, and MRI could potentially equal the assets of all foundation, approximately 1.5 trillion globally. Then you have the impact investment itself. Using a survey published in 2020, GIN estimated the core impact investment market size is about $715 billion. Then you have the development finance, the 225 HIPSO signatory development finance institution could be seen as impact investors with a total assets of $725 billion, and expected risk-adjusted return are expected to be approximately 10%. And finally, you have the ESG finance. In 2018, more than half of all global assets under management followed some from ESG with a mixed size of $54 billion. The evidence suggests that over 95% of ESG is negative. So now there is a convergence of faith-based traditions using this impact investing and responsible finance. So I mentioned a number of religions: Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism. And I know we live in a multi-religious country, and in Indonesia you have 5 or 6 different religions that constitutional guaranteed. So do this religion or the faith-based, they have any specific principle in investment? In Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they do. But principle from which investment principle can be derived, the principle from which investment principle can be derived. So this actually, that means something means. So principle derived exists in Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and principles that support impact investing. All 7 religions have some way, emphasizing that impact investing or do finance for good and so on. Now, so this I made something. Actually, the principles from which investment principle can be derived, there is a tick sign, but the other religions do not have any specific rules and regulations. But let me give you some specific example from the faith-based tradition. So religion, so there was a study done recently of Oxford University, of which I'm a member of their faith-based initiative. So there has been a number of studies. If you look at the majority of the studies are done on the impact investing from the perspective of religious faith. Islam has the highest number. There are 6 main views of faith-aligned impact investment. Investing is not perceived as being in contradiction with the religious values. Religious values are important drivers. There's a strong community around faith-consistent investing. Religious investors are pioneering impact investment, and implementing faith-consistent investing is not without difficulties, and practices vary across regions. Then I go over, for example, if you look at 2 components, KLD Domini 400 Social Index top holding, and if you look at DJ Islamic K Mutual Fund top holding, you see there are very commonalities in terms of companies both indexes invest in. The holdings highlight the difference in Islamic and SRI priorities, but also the stark similarities. The difference in 2 portfolios show an emphasis on different sectors, but significant overlap as well. The different industries have a weak correlation with each other with hedging possibilities. Neither of these portfolios would be considered an impact portfolio, but it demonstrated impact portfolios could perhaps be adjusted to be Sharia compliant. So here is some figure. Performance of comparison shows similar levels of performance between Dow Jones Islamic US Index, KLD 400 Social Index, and S&P 500 index. So if you look at Islamic index, is doing equal or better than all of the years. 5 years is still, it's a very huge negative. Again, it depends on the time frame, and the results are up to September 30, 2005. But if you look at, and there has been a lot of other modern studies done, including mine, where it shows the Islamic mutual fund, Islamic index outperform their conventional counterparts. Now, monthly average return, Dow Jones Industrial Global Average, Dow Jones Islamic Sustainability Index. So there are different carving out of the Dow Jones Universal Stocks, and these are the return given. At all times, Dow Jones Islamic and Dow Jones Islamic Sustainability are competitive with conventional benchmark. These should at least notionally support the idea that a sustainability focused investment could play a complementary part of a wider Islamic aligned investment strategy. So so if you look at again the monthly standard deviation during the bullish period between the dot-com crisis and the global financial crisis, Dow Jones Islamic has an even lower standard deviation than for the 1998-2015 period, where all other indices have higher standard deviation. So it gives a better return, lower risk. When DJ Islamic underperforms, DJ Islamic Sustainability overperforms, and vice versa. Now, what is the evidence from Christianity? The 39 Christian aligned SRF funds listed in Morningstar underperformed S&P 500 index for the period 1995-2015, while through individual funds did outperform it. When compared with other SRF funds, results are mixed, with some performing very well and others badly, and this is explained by variations in investment decision taken by the funds themselves, as opposed to anything inherent about fate-aligned aspect of the investment screening process. The Chart of Sweden has already shown encouraging results year on year of its sustainable investment portfolio, which earned an average of 7.2% during the time period. Now, a 2014 study of 360 individual investors in Poland indicated some linkage between Christian belief and the willingness to engage in impact investment. A similar study in Germany 2017 showed a linkage between environmental stewardship activities and Christian belief in the financial decision taken by German households. How about in Judaism? Formalized Jewish faith-aligned investing is a much newer concept than other Abrahamic faith. No Jewish investment fund existed between 2007. Funds now exist to specifically support social and impact-related causes, especially in the United States, and to support Israeli startups. Given that they are relatively new, there is little comparative data to study, although there has been discussion on the Jewish investing principles stretching back centuries, with modern discussion ongoing. How about the Dharmic or the other faiths? The Hindu undivided family with its own special tax rules gives some clue as to the importance and influence of families in determining the future of impact investment within Hinduism. Similarly, there are documented instances of joint family-owned business choosing not to list on the stock market, preferring to retain control and links to the wider Jain community. In 2008, building on the success of Islamic indices, Dow Jones launched the Dharma Index to encourage faith-aligned investment across Dharmic faith, but that died soon after. It did not survive. While greatly held, unfortunate timing meant that the interest went after the global financial crisis, and the Dharma Index was eventually discontinued in 2009. So let me give you a few best practices. You talk about try to align with SDG. So Wako platform, an example, Finterra, Malaysia. So what is the background? It's a technology-based company providing blockchain-based Islamic applications that address global issues. What is the value addition? Promotes transparency in all financial transactions, use of smart contracts, sound governance practices through electronic, know your customer, etc. What is the cash flow? Transaction fees applied to the transfer of funds. And what is the outcome? Finterest Wakaf platform has already served 8 countries by 12 Wakaf fund pools, where 680 verified donors have contributed and impacted the lives of almost 10,000 people. Kiva crowdfunding in USA, what is the background? A crowdfunding platform that aims at unlocking capital through loans for the underserved population. The value addition is the borrower applies for a loan on kiva.org. Then the loan application goes through the underwriting and approval process. What are the cash flows? Kiva covers most of their operation costs through voluntary donations made by Kiva lenders, and repayment rate is equal to 96%, and the minimum contribution to loans is about $25. If you look at the Zakat chatbot Indonesia, so this is Baznas came up with this thing. What is the background? Has the role and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infaq, and aims at the national level. What is the value addition? It conducts conversation with users to provide assistance in performing transaction and obtaining information. There is no cash flow. Zakat is a charitable act. What is the outcome? Zakat collection in Indonesia grew by 38% and 25% respectively in 2016 and 17. We also have a Zakatify USA in making it makes planning and managerial. It makes planning and managing all aspects related to zakat payment by individuals. Manageable. Value addition. Can you please mute yourself? What is the value addition? It allows users to pay, their zakat by first helping them discover charities that matter the most to them and the causes they intend to support. And cash flow, Zakatify charges a 5% platform fee, and users of the Zakatify application have the possibility of giving zakat to 1,500 charities in the United States through this platform. And then you have the Blossom Finance Indonesia. It aims to increase the availability of Islamic financial services using technology. It utilizes Ethereum smart contracts to increase the efficiency and the reach of Sukuk issuance globally. What are the cash flow? No upfront administrative or service fee charged to investors. Blossom Finance earns a share of investor profits. What are the cash flow? These are the cash flows. So Blossom Finance earns a share of investor profits that they have different with Islamic toll financing tool that they use. Outcome is successfully raised 50,000 through world's first Sukuk issuance on a public blockchain. And then you have the microfinance, Angsur, Indonesia. It provides Sharia compliant financing to undergraduate students without credit history and collateral. What is the value addition? It gathers social media data and assesses creditworthiness based on digital presence, profit on Modaraba transactions, cash flow, and then Angsur is still in the seed stage. And finally, you have the Ethis, Indonesia. The background, first Sharia compliant Islamic crowdfunding startup. The investor transfer online his or funds to project's bank account and receives monthly project updates by EMA. And Ethis collects an operating fee of 6% of the total amount raised from each fully funded project. And Ethis so far has raised project value of USD 45 million. The venture has supported the construction of over 8,300 houses with the help of 1.275 investors. So I know you're getting tired. I just want to give you some snapshot how you can do bibliometric research. So we have a team. So we have written a number of papers, Zakat, Waqf, Takaful, and Islamic microfinance. So I want to just give a snapshot of Zakat literature. So if you look at this literature, the academic literature has been growing since 2008. Efforts in this field were lacking to systemic synthesis of literature on interest stakeholders. So I know the Sharia economy is a big national policy in Indonesia. So I know a lot of students are doing Sharia economy training and they're going to university for a degree. So we carried out 3 papers, Zakat, Waqf, and Islamic microfinance, to summarize the researcher efforts. So what this research do? It provide a performance analysis of the literature, productivity and citation, provide content analysis through various clustering techniques, provide future research directions based on the literature gap. So we use a bibliometric technique, it's sort of a modern technique. So what is a bibliometric technique? It produces accurate and reproducible research outcomes. It non-biased. It eliminates the risk of subjective bias since it employs statistical analysis to analyze large number of data sets. It combines quantitative aspect with qualitative aspect. So these are the techniques, and it is very easy to learn and understand. In our studies, we choose Scopus database as it is the largest multidisciplinary academic source and intersect with Web of Science in most of its content. Scopus database presents moderate number of articles comparing with Web of Science, which is less relevant articles, and Google Scholar, which is large number of articles. So what are the steps in data collection? Choosing all related keywords, spellings, Waqf, Awqaf, Waqif, Islam, endowment, Islamic social finance, Islamic charity. Manual refinement of the data through one-by-one cursory examination of each article or review relevant to the topic. For example, we found an article called, we removed over 30 papers about Waqf Aswan. So this is not a Waqf institution, which is a mountain in Jordan, and most of the articles written on the geological aspect of this Waqf Aswan, that mountain in Jordan. We rely on the following analysis tools: RStudio BiblioShiny package. So it is dedicated package for bibliometric analysis. BossViewer, a dedicated software for network mapping. Excel, powerful tool for filtration, producing tables and figures and editing. So here are the performance analysis, more relevant countries, more relevant sources. So if you look at, these are the top 10 countries. So Malaysia is number 1, then Indonesia, Bangladesh is number 5. And on the right-hand side, these are the journals which produce the largest number of articles zakat. Number 1 is Journal of Islamic Accounting Business Research. Number 2, the journal that I edit, International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance and Management. If you look at most cited authors, cited sources and authors, it's 59. Cited sources in JBR, and in my journal it's about 35. The number of authors, S. Ahmed. So these are the number of authors who is really top 10 in terms of zakat publication in a Scopus-based journal. So these are the most cited documents. So these are the papers that came out. So for example, Scott J.C., Resistance Without Protest and Without Organization, Peasant Opposition to Islamic Zakat and the Christian Treaty, 1987. It came out, Comparative Studies in Society and History. If you look at, for example, let's take, is there, okay, number 3, by Rosalie, Salomon and Huda, Distribution Management Zakat Fund, recommended proposal for Asnaf Recap in Malaysia, 2018. It came out, International Journal of Civil Engineering and Technology. So there are some future research direction. Zakat management, further the relevant question you can still pursue. What does the development zakat in the advent of Islamic looks like? Success and barriers factors on the effectiveness of zakat institution. Construction of rating index on the perception of parties who deal with zakat centers. I know Baznas has come up with a number of indices of scaling different zakat organization in Indonesia. Zakat collection, exploring the new sources of zakat funds with the emergence of new source of income reflecting by the use of technology. Zakat distribution, development of a comprehensive performance measurement system of zakat institution. Is there an effect on zakat collection because of the pandemic 19? To what extent is zakat compliance behavior of Muslim and non-Muslim majority countries? What are the vulnerable groups that have less access to zakat fund? And what is the role of zakat in handling issues raised from COVID-19? Development zakat institution, what are the major barriers zakat implementation in non-Muslim majority countries? Is there an indirect effect of zakat in improving quality of life such as improving happiness, enjoyment, reducing divorce rate, reducing crime rate, the role of zakat in achieving sustainable development goal, what are the components of platform application needed to improve efficiency of zakat institution and standardization of accounting treatment for corporate zakat among corporations. So if you look at Waqf, the second one, again, the 10 countries here, the top countries in Malaysia and the second country Indonesia, but the rate at which the Indonesian scholars are writing papers, pretty soon they will take over Malaysia. If you look at the country, the university which is involved, University of Uttara Malaysia, the biggest one is International Islamic University, then UKM, University of Malaya, Islamic, International Islamic University, Technology. So most of these universities except University Indonesia are based in Malaysia. So the Malaysian academic institutions are highly involved in work of research. So these are the most cited authors. There are 10 of them. So like Hassan H, Mohammad Mo, and we give some statistic, H strategy index, M index, the number of publications and the year of the publication. So these are the most cited documents. Timur Quran that came in 2001 that I mentioned. There is 133 citation. Let's see, Yala operating, there's a number 9. Operating regimes with government accounting and account of changes in Sultan Sulaiman Waqf of the Ottoman Empire, the 31. Let me pick whether we can find one from Indonesia. Maybe Yala is from Indonesia. No, Fai. No, not really. So these are the Murad Sijaka is a top-notch scholar in the Sukuk literature, Waqf literature as well. So these are again same thing. What we have done, we have looked at the cash Waqf endowments for sustainable development. What are the contribution? What are the research gap? What you can do in the future research? What is the most effective mode of cash Waqf based microfinance model for sustainable development? So I have written paper 2018 with a couple of my students. If you look at empirical evidence on the role of trust in cash Waqf donations, so empirical results may not be generalizable and require more evidence from different countries. So what is the role of regulation in strengthening donor trust in Waqf institution? So we also have written a paper on this thing, and there are other authors. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make my presentation available so you can go through each of the research question gap for your own benefit, and you read this, my suggestion in line with Timur Quran as well. So all the criticism that you've seen, how we can improve and make it a better Islamic social finance Waqf institution. So good governance for Islamic endowments. So there are a few others. So there is one paper, identifies the best Sharia governance practice for Waqf institutions. What are the Sharia standards of good governance for Waqf? Hassan, Al-Habshi, and Yusuf. So these are the, as I said, you have to look at these top papers. You can assign to your postgraduate students or even advanced undergraduate students. When I talk about Takaful, these are the top 10 countries which is papers written in Takaful. If you look at the influential authors, these are the top 10 authors. So Asma Abi Rahman, she's from University of Malaya. She has done very well. So you have Nader Naifer, Al-Imam, Mohammad bin Saud University. So influential documents, Abdul Qadir et al., the cost efficient Takaful insurance companies. It came out, it's an empirical paper. So let's see, you have Muhammad Hussein and Abi Rahman. Again, she's from Malaysia, predicting intention to participate in family Takaful scheme using decomposed theory of planned behavior. It came out International Journal of Social Economics. Again, these are all empirical paper. Now, part of these things that you could do empirical paper is either a survey or you have secondary data coming from the Takaful institutions. So there are, by the way, this paper came out in International Review of Economics Finance. This is one of our survey paper. So we talk about different research stream, Takaful overview, growth, and models. Like, let's say one question, what are the similarities and difference in the interpretation Sharia laws with respect to different school of thoughts and jurisdiction? reference is Abdul Wahab. If you take the second cluster, governance mechanism of Takaful market, does SSB or Sharia Supervisory Board improve the efficient Takaful firms as compared to conventional insurance? Is a Karwari. The third one, product, service, and customers. The most studies on demand for Takaful products and determinants are restricted to country or a city on a specific country. Future studies are required with larger samples, investigating cross-country variations in the demand for Takaful predicts. And this is a reference. Number 14, are Takaful outcomes customers really fare-driven? So these are the questions you can raise both empirically and conceptually. Finally, I'm coming with Islamic microfinance. Again, the top country is Malaysia. Bangladesh is number 5. So these are the journals. Human Economics is the largest one. Then my journal, International Journal of Islamic Middle Eastern Finance, which published the maximum number of articles in Islamic microfinance. So here you have the authors, the top authors. So you see Abdul Ghaffar Ismail from Malaysia, a good friend of mine. He has done a lot of research in this area. And there are a number of Hassans. And I also have some paper, but these Hassans are not me. These are my brother Hassans. So these are top papers, most cited documents. You have this Suzuki Wajidi, Banking for the Poor, the Role of Islamic Bank in Microfinance Institution. It has 55 citations. If you talk about Hanif, Pramanik, the last one, Integration Work of Islamic Microfinance Model for Poverty Reduction, Case of Bangladesh, it came out, my journal is 12 citation. So if you want to assign articles from this area, you can start with this thing and it can branch out to other papers. So what are the research streams in Islamic microfinance? So principles, performance, and problems. Number 1, Islamic microfinance for sustainable development. This is a hot area right now. Research stream 3, Islamic microfinance for female empowerment, another hot item. And finally, the role of banking sector in operational Islamic microfinance. So my dear friends, at the end of my lecture, so this is some of the references, some of my paper, some of my friends' paper, and this is all I want to say. I thank you very much for listening to me almost for an hour. So let me stop my sharing and I'm ready to take any questions that I have. Yeah, I think I already lost 26 people. When I started, that was 200 plus students or participants.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. That was an amazing and interesting discussions, and it's very interesting presentation that already acknowledged in the role of Islamic social finance and the possibility of future research for us as students of economics and academics. But now we are in the discussion session. For the audience who wants to deliver questions, please click the raise hand button or by typing in the chat box and introduce yourself. Thank you.
No question.
All right, Prof, we already have 2 questions in the chat box. The first is from Mr. Dimas Baguswiranata Kusuma. What is your thoughts on how Islamic social finance can take a strategic role in mitigating the impact of current pandemic of COVID-19, either in micro and macroeconomic perspective?
So Islamic social finance, if you take, for example, zakat and waqf in Islamic microfinance, this can play a supporting role to the government budgetary allocation. I have done a paper in the context of Bangladesh where I have shown simply collecting zakat and using the zakat for social safety net projects, which falls under the Quranic dictate of 8 categories. It can release funds from the government budget, about 30% of the GDP, annual government development budget. So if you have the 30% budget released from there, that you can use in some other activities in macro and micro perspective. In macro means you can use this thing, developing your social capital, research development, university, and so on. Now, when it comes to Waqf, even in Indonesia, in one conservative estimate, you have a $60 billion worth of Waqf land lying around. If you can develop this Waqf land, and even if you take 5% rate of return, you get annual $3 billion, which you can use for poverty alleviation, developing social capital, empowering women, in multiple things that you can do. And that will change your macro perspective very tremendously. And you have Baitul Mal Tamlik, the Islamic microfinance in Indonesia, and that also can provide financing to the SME sectors. So Islamic social finance will always act a complementary role to the Islamic finance. Now, when it comes to COVID-19, it can play a wonder. This is where the giving idea, the charitable act, or the benevolence, or the brotherhood concept of Islam comes into play. And recently, there's a paper I recently accepted by Askaria, one of the Indonesian scholar, who really did a wonderful job using Islamic social finance, how it can attack different types of social malice or the problems that happen in Indonesia. And I want you to search my journal, International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance and Management is forthcoming. So it has been accepted already. The online version will be there very soon. So that is all I know. You probably want a very concrete answer. The concrete, this is the best I can do. But within the context, the Islamic social finance, definitely, it is not I would say, always say this is the test case now. Now you can really test whether the Islamic social finance can really do the things that is believed to do. And you should do that. The second question is, thank you for the opportunity, Prof. I would ask you how Islamic financial institutions measure the social values and reduce the social impact, special social gap in this current pandemic situation. So let me answer the first part of the question. It doesn't. And don't, you have to be careful. The Islamic banking, and there's a group of scholars, and I belong to that group, believe that it already started on a stillbirth footing. The whole concept of conventional banking, the fractional reserve banking system, which creates money at the expense of interest. And as long as it is there, and since Islamic banking has taken this model, it will be behaving very much like similar to conventional banking. Have you ever gone to an Islamic banking and asked for a loan? They will not give you a loan because they will do this typical, 5 C's of lending analysis. Now, but one of these things form-wise, they try best to follow the Islamic principle, but the end result is very similar to conventional banking. Now, the question is, don't expect them to more than what they are doing. They're giving short-term financing and be happy with that. If you want to bring the maqasid of Sharia, the second part of your question, you have to, let's see, what is the second part of question? And what are the criteria for the countries to implement a solidarity economy that plays an important role in the development? You see, again, the model Indonesia, even though Indonesia Muslim majority country, they are really following a Western thought-based development model. They have not really implemented an Islamic development model. Now, one of these things during my lecture, I said, Zakat has not been institutionalized as a fiscal management tool. If you could use Zakat as a fiscal management tool, if you could use Waqf, this third sector, voluntary sector, this is what we are talking about, this concept called solidarity economy. But unfortunately, that is not happening. So Professor Hassan, okay, second question, third question. Yes, it would be appreciated very much in the material. Yes, I'll do that. Thank you so much for the explanation, Prof. Thank you to you as well. One Shazlinda Shahar. Salam, very interesting. Dear Professor, yes, you want to have the slides as well, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, Professor Kabir Hassan. Thank you for sharing knowledge. I have to ask, what is the best model integration between Islamic social finance and commercial finance? Thank you. I have a paper on this thing. So you have to really bring Zakat, Waqf, Islamic microfinance, and commercial finance together. So it will be integrated a poverty elevation model. So you know one of the condition of zakat that you have to make the zakat recipient as the owner. So most of the cases, the fakir and masakin, the needy people, some of them are probably respectable people. For one reason or another, they feel ashamed to ask for zakat. So zakat, finding these people is very important. And this would be one of the goal of the zakat institution in Indonesia and many other countries. So once you give the zakat, that person takes care of the consumption need. But part of this thing the person can use in developing his capital or doing a business. Then you can provide capital from wakaf, the benefit, because that benefit will also are not returnable. Then you can use also Islamic social finance for having additional capital. You can use Islamic commercial finance. So you can integrate all the systems together. And one of these things, the Islamic microfinance model has been practiced the best in Bangladesh because it is best within a context of an Islamic banking model. Islamic Bank Bangladesh Limited has the largest amount of Islamic microfinance in Bangladesh. What they do, they use their own surplus fund and you are using their fund really to do Islamic microfinance. So they're using their fund to provide financing for SME development. You can follow that model as well. Okay, then the next question, I have a question. In Malaysia, some of the Islamic contracts cannot be executed fully due to dualism of legal system in Malaysia. Most Islamic contracts under the legislation of Hire Purchase Act, which promotes conventional systems to the Islamic system. And this matter continues even after the Islamic Banking Act was introduced in 1983. What is your thought in this? How will it affect the Maqasid of Sharia? Okay, you know, Nabil, you know, in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, forbidden riba, right? But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't say, give me a bank. It is our istihad. We have enacted an organization so that we can use the Islamic finance or promote riba-free banking. But unfortunately, the model, as I said, as long as we are hooked with a fractional reserve banking system, our end result will be the same like a conventional banking. Yes, you are using Islamic contract, but Islamic contract in terms of form is okay, but the essence, the end result is very much same as conventional banking. So question is, how can you get out of this thing? I would say that you try to promote non-banking financial institution, Islamic social finance. You can develop your work sector. You can do zakat management better. You can have sadaka. You have Qardul Hassan. These are the sectors you should use, and partnership type of financing. Now the question is, in order to do this partnership type of financing, we need people. We have to reduce the moral hazard and adverse selection problem. So in order to do this, we have to purify our soul internally before we can have this partnership type of financing. Okay, and then another question is, for participants of international, please fill the attendance. Prof, could you identify for us a very important potential topics in WACAP to discuss on the top of my head besides the topic optimizing WACAP benefits and fundraising methods issues? Now, you can do one thing that you could, one of this thing, it is not really can do it just 3 or 4 days. You should really use your national resources, ask the government to do a stock taking of the amount of Waqf land that you have. What are the different stages of this Waqf land or Waqf property? And you see how you can develop further. You can use the Waqf-based sukuk, you can have microfinance, you can other types of Islamic tools in order to develop this sector. And that sector will generate revenues, and that revenues can be used in different social activities that will increase your social capital. I know I did not give you an exact topic, but this is where I think we should be putting our focus in. Like, for example, we talk about zakat. It's one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Do you know all these things, these studies that I give, these are all guess estimate. do you actually have a benchmarking study in Indonesia? You can tell these are the number of people below poverty line, and these are the people who can pay zakat, and the amount of zakat that can be collected. You don't have study like this. All the studies that you do on secondary, gas estimate, we take a percent of GDP, poverty rate. So these are not, this is giving crude measure of what is the amount of zakat that can be collected from Indonesia or from Malaysia. But the government should do a long-term, not long-term, it's a very comprehensive benchmark study in Indonesia to know exactly how much zakat you have. Fortunately, Basnas, and there has been development in Indonesia happening. It will be a lot easier nowadays if we asked this question 10 years ago. Do this. That will be a big help for developing this Islamic social finance sector. Do the same thing for the Waqf as well. Okay, then there's a question, Prof, Islamic social finance future research in the United States, how the implemented sukuk applied in any product. In the United States, we do not have any sukuk. What happens? The United States company are tapping our resources because, the religious-minded people for example, in GCC countries or even Malaysia, they want to invest in Islamic product. So they try to cater and sukuk so that they can tap the resources from our countries. So I really don't like this a good development. So don't be so exalted that the sukuk is increasing. Western countries are issuing sukuk. They're issuing sukuk that get the money from your country to these countries, but you need this money to keep within your country. And there are also criticism of sukuk. There is a AUFI Rule 59 came out. That is, we need to really what is happening. Oh, by the way, you really develop the skill set so that product development is very weak area in Islamic finance, whether it's Islamic social finance or Islamic commercial finance. So every instrument that you're developing, you're trying to mimic the conventional financial product. The sukuk, if you look at the end result, majority of the sukuk, because of rating agency and different conditionals impact to this, you can buy back your share, the clause and all these things, looks like a conventional bond, but that was not the essence of Islamic finance or sukuk was. That's why AUFI Rule 59 came out, and that made it more restrictive so that you cannot do this. Now the industry, there is a huge cry, they're making a lot of noise. What will happen because of this rule implementation? The sukuk will die out. So hell with it. You want to make sukuk look like a conventional bond. We don't want this. What is the value proposition? We need to really keep the value proposition. Unless we do this, the Islamic social finance or Islamic financial product is not going to do any good to an Islamic country or non-Islamic countries. So we do not have any, in the sukuk, they issue sukuk, there are probably cases you study, there was a Dana gas and that folded because of, the way the sukuk was structured. So many questions, if you read the case study, it's a wonderful case study. At different points in time, the Sharia issues came out. Sharia scholar say that it is not an Islamic instrument the way it was structured, but most of the structures are like this. So one of these things I would say, my brothers and sisters, this Indonesian Sharia scholar, Indonesian Islamic financial practitioners, whenever a new product comes in or before it comes in, you be an activist. Make sure that the product is Sharia based, not Sharia compliant. Because you lip service, there are three ways Islamic product development can happen. One is the mimicking, and Islamic finance since over 50 years old. We should really get away from that mode. The second one is you have to look at the classical nominate contracts and you try to use this contract to come up with a new product and test this product. You can use data science, genetic algorithms, so on. And finally, most important, you try to design product to cater the consumer. And one of the biggest segment of the consumers are highly educated, unemployed Muslim population. It goes around between 30 to 40%. All the college graduates in Indonesia coming out, probably millions. Not everyone is finding a job. You really need to, and government cannot provide them all of them a job. So what they can do, They can develop SMEs, they can come up with startup companies. So you try to help those people to make a living on their own rather than depending on the government. Try to make an entrepreneur class. And Islam is an entrepreneur religion. Our Prophet was a trader, he was an entrepreneur. And in order to do this, in Islamic finance must cater to the segment of the industry. So let me see if there's any other question. Thank you very much. Okay. How about the concept of ta'awun or cooperation? Is it should be applied between each other by the way of developing institution? So everyone knows COVID-19 pandemic became a reason of global financial crisis. Kindly give us some advice on the concept of ta'awun. Of course, mutuality is very important. But the question is, you know, even if you look at the Islamic takaful product, there are different model, and some of the model, you know, have Sharia issues. And one of the model, the Waqf based of takaful model has been found with less Sharia issues. And Tawawun, you see, the solidarity principle that you're talking about, when you do a business transaction, the shared prosperity concept I would use. Solidarity in the sense that, okay, you have brain, I have capital. So you need to really change internally. You will find many Muslim financier, they will not risk their capital at all. They want a fixed rate of return. But let's take an example. You have Warren Buffett in the United States. You have Bill Gates. They have given away their life savings worth about $30 billion each to charity. Give me one example from the Muslim world who has the philanthropic attitude to give away their money. So the point is, you really have to also do your tazkiyah. You need to purify your soul so that really that mindset comes in that Allah has given me this wealth. I should share this wealth in developing the huge unemployed Muslim brothers and sisters, risk my 10% of my capital, and that will make a huge change for the development, this younger youth unemployment in many countries. Okay. Indonesia has a little embarrassing problem of tiny number of Islamic banking market shares. Yes, in the biggest number of Muslims in the world. Do you have any suggestion what we do practically to Islamic banking development? You know, it is already happening in that direction. Recently, I was told by a friend of mine, you know, Mulia Siriagar, that 3 of the Islamic banks are merging together to make one of the big banks. Now, it all depends on you, brothers and sisters. You demand, the demand will determine how many institutions coming up. And the government, I must say, Indonesian government is very much, cooperative for the development of this industry. You know, can case this under the direct supervision of the president. The government and the policy level, you have more favorable environment and then in many Muslim countries. So I'm very hopeful about the future of Islamic finance in Indonesia. Numerical number will grow, and it is also already going, not only commercial finance and Islamic social finances Indonesia as well. So I'm very hopeful about Indonesia and very pragmatic about it. I think I came. So, sir, is it Islamic social finance country SME financing gap? Definitely yes, it can, and it should be used properly. Again, it needs people who can design this contract to help these sectors. So SME financing, Islamic finance is the ideal tool. Islamic social finance is the ideal tool for SME development in Muslim countries. So I think I have answered all of the questions in the chat box. If you have any other question from the audience, you can
Doctor,
ask.
Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. I do have a question.
Sure.
So I want to know that basically wakaf is perpetual, right?
Right.
But I've heard of a type of wakaf shares. So how can shares become wakaf?
No, okay. Okay, here is the Sharia issue. But what I'm saying, let's say you have a work of land, right? So you can issue a Modaraba or whatever principle to develop this land. And you can also invite the integrated capital market. So you have, let's say, $5 billion of WACF, and that 5 billion is intact, right? So if you issue shares collateralized by this and the money will come in, you are not giving ownership. So let's say you could tell a different name, because ownership cannot be given, as you said rightly, according to Sharia, because ownership is perpetually to remain there. Only part that you give is the benefit. Now you can design a contract, capital market instrument. It could be crowdfunding. It could be some sort of the Mudaraba Musharaka type of principle that you can use, to develop this share, that sector. Now, when we talk about the instrument, capital market instrument, we have to do istihad. You may not be able to do share because by definition, share gives the ownership right. So you are not selling a work of asset, right? Or even you talk about the work of sukuk, you are not really giving the ownership. So you have to be careful on these things. Yeah, I see a different model, work of sukuk model. So you have to be careful how that will be done. One of the example that you can follow in another presentation I did is called Isham. That is instrument developed during the Ottoman Empire, and it has all the problems that we have in classic, sukuk bond. The problems have been minimized in the Isham structure. So you can look at Isham, you can Google this, and Murasijarska have written a lot on this thing, and you can see that could be an alternative sukuk structure in the context of Indonesia, Muslim countries, in the context of work of land development or work of properties development and so on. I hope I answered your question partially. I'm not a Sharia scholar.
Thank you, Doctor. It's very clear. Because in Malaysia, I think one of the most active wakaf bodies is from Johor Corporation. So that is the one that offer wakaf share.
Yeah, I cannot say more than that. I'm not a Sharia scholar, but I have to look at the structure, how they do it. Do you know how they do it? What is the structure?
No, I don't.
Okay. Inshallah, I will study this more next presentation. I'll bring this in, inshallah. Any other question?
All right. Any other question from the participant?
So where is Dimas? I don't see him. Is he here in the audience?
I'm here, Prof.
I want to see your face. Say hello. Hey, how are you? So it is 11:38 in Indonesia. Okay.
Yes, Prof. I think there's no more question from our audience. And thank you, Prof, for the interesting discussions and interesting answers. And this is such an honor for us to listen and from you, and from me, especially for scholars. And once again, I would like to say thank you for the professor to coming today and to all the participants. But unfortunately, this is the end of the main agenda. Then I will give the agenda back to the host. Thank you very much to all the participants, Professor Kabir Hassan and Mr. Dimas also. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thank you,
wabarakatuh.
Prof.
Thank you. Thank you. So I can close it now. Salam to everyone.
Thank you, Prof. Kabir Hassan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Prof. Kabir.
Thank you, brother Imamuddin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam.
How are you, sir? How are you, sir? This is Abdul
I'm
Halim.
all right. You're Abdul Halim.
Yes.
From where?
Actually, I am student of Malaysia, IIUM, but I'm staying in Bangladesh. I returned from Malaysia to Bangladesh 2 months before.
Oh, okay.
I'm with family. I contacted with you before on WhatsApp.
You're from BIBM?
Sorry?
Are you from BIBM or what institute are you working in Bangladesh?
In Manarat
Oh, you're from
International
Manarat
College.
University.
Yeah,
Okay.
Manarat International College. Yes, sir.
Let's keep in touch. Send me an email if you need anything. I'm sorry if I did not respond to you earlier.
Yes,
thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Najmul from Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Hey, Najmul, how are you? Good to see you.
Good, alhamdulillah. We very much appreciate it, Prof. We enjoyed a lot from your presentation.
Thank you for listening to me. You see, you have been for 1.5 hours. Usually I lose my attention after 28 minutes.
Yeah, so very much, Prof.
Thank you for staying that
Allah
long.
bless you, Prof, for your contribution.
Thank you. We pray for us so that I also pray that you guys also become a great scholar and contribute to this field, because we need younger scholar who can think outside the box.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir.
Hey, walaikum salam. Hey man, how are you doing? You're okay?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, getting better. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Prof.
How's your family members are okay as well?
Alhamdulillah. Parents only.
Oh, parents only. Okay.
Alhamdulillah. But everyone is fine. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. You're most welcome. You got my message. You work on it, okay?
Terima kasih kepada moderator, dan alhamdulillah kita sudah mengikuti seluruh presentasi yang luar biasa kreatif dan menginspirasi kita semua. Sekarang saatnya tiba acara yang kita tunggu-tunggu, yaitu siapakah pemenang dari lomba hero baik peserta nasional maupun internasional. Pemenang terdiri dari juara 1, 2, dan 3, serta best paper dan best presentation. Semoga apapun hasilnya bisa bermanfaat untuk kita semua dan menjadikan diri kita lebih termotivasi lagi untuk terus mengembangkan diri.
Okay, all right. The next event that we are waiting for the most after going through several struggles in the process of making essay or paper is that we will determine who is the winner of the hero competition this time. Everyone can be on mic to give the loudest applause. The announcement this time will be delivered by the Chief Executive of Hero 2021 to Sister Yasinta. Time is yours.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So I'm here. I wanna announce about the winner of Hero. And I'm sorry for the best paper and best speaker that's not included in here for the announcement. So it's just the third, second, and first place for the winner. So I want to announce for the international presentation and paper. Maybe start from the third place. So and for more information, maybe it will be informed. You can contact our contact person Ihza, or maybe you can contact me on the group. For the third place, the winner is Aprilin Lami Anak Davis from University Malaysia Sarawak. Where is she? Can you for the winner? Can you open the cam or something that you are here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Okay, congratulations, April. And then For the second place is Nik Hajar binti Nik Hisam from International Islamic University of Malaysia.
Thank you.
Hello, congratulations. And for the first place, for the winner of this competition is Belinda Azahra from University of Indonesia. Congratulations, Belinda.
Yes, thank you so much.
Maybe you can open the game or
wait.
Give some speech. Okay, that's for the international. Let's go to the national. Maybe for the national, I will speak in Indonesian because I have something to. Jadi untuk peserta dari yang nasional untuk juara ketiga ada dari Laili Amatullah dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Mana ya ini mbaknya? Silahkan open cam. Selamat ya untuk Mbak Laili Amatullah. Lalu untuk yang kedua yakni ada dari kelompok dengan ketua Tri Anggoro dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Mungkin teman-temannya atau siapa ada yang bisa open cam? Dan untuk yang juara pertama yakni Venita Fadilah dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ya, mungkin ya selamat untuk teman-teman sekalian. Semoga dengan adanya kompetisi ini bisa memberikan manfaat dan juga ya jangan kita terus bisa berinovasi dan kreativitas kita semakin menjadi lebih terasah lagi. Mungkin untuk nanti untuk masalah untuk konfirmasi lebih lanjut nanti bisa menghubungi saya atau mungkin ke Iza atau di grup saja. Mungkin itu saja. Sekali lagi, congratulations for you all the winners. I hope we can meet in the person, mungkin in person, face to face. Maybe I hope we can meet. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Saudara Yasinta yang telah menyampaikan pengumuman. Sekali lagi selamat kepada para pemenang. Selamat juga untuk seluruh peserta yang sudah mengikuti semua proses lomba dari awal hingga akhir.
Congratulations, you have passed the extraordinary challenge. I hope that from this competition I can make myself more developed than ever Stoffy. There are still opportunity ahead. Good willing, all struggle are ill fame.
Bagi pemenang, hadiah akan segera dikirimkan. Tunggu saja informasi selanjutnya. Tim yang mendapatkan juara akan langsung dihubungi oleh pihak panitia. Saya Mohammad Apandi Kusnan dan rekan saya
Ainun Ma'la
selaku MC dan seluruh panitia Hero 2021 mengucapkan selamat kepada para pemenang dan mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya apabila banyak yang kurang berkenan di hati teman-teman semua. Dan kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi teman-teman pengurus dan staf magang Himpunan Mahasiswa Ilmu Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta yang telah mengikuti seluruh rangkaian acara dengan semangat yang luar biasa. Sampai jumpa, semoga kita akan segera bertemu kembali setelah pandemi ini berakhir.
Let's close the Hero 2021 event this afternoon by reading Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Akhir kata, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, congratulations ya. Good performance for all of committee. Hero ya. Selamat, sukses. Selamat kepada pemenang ya. Mudah-mudahan barokah semuanya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you,
Terima kasih
Pak.
Pak Imam.
Selamat ya. Assalamualaikum. Live dulu ya. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih Pak. Waalaikumsalam.
Ya,
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih.